It's actually the Caucasians. It's not the West Coast. You gotta that's good. But you gotta keep the suburbs.
We already know suburban whites not the obviously we still have a great black turnout, but yeah, that's going to win the election in Texas. We've talked about this trend.
People think they're only getting shots. People in the chat.
How put what in the chat is that?
So just hang on a second, Matt. What she put in the chat is get my wife's friends, which I'm assuming she was referring to Latinos. And when I was
I said that. I said work on the essays. Okay.
Yeah. And so I'm agreeing with you, Matt. Yes. And as you said previously, and I would concur. It is the suburban whites that will decide it, especially when they came out for Puerto Rico, that would tip the election into the state.
I'm holding you personally responsible. And I know y'all talked about it earlier, but I forgot to come in and see if y'all wanted to live stream the Chief Justice Roberts' comments with Rice University, but I see that it's been discussed quite a bit. But I put the YouTube link in the Telegram. It should pop up, I think, today or tomorrow if anybody wants to listen. It's really short. It's not like 45 minutes.
The third time about my brother's election, but it looks looking like he will be sentenced, I believe, in June. God bless him. You know what I'm saying? Stay blessed, bro. Tory Lanez is number one from jail, so he's killing the game right now. 100 million. You know what I'm saying? Of the streams. Jesus. So it's possible. Bam, 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 bam. Jesus. Oh, God. I think it was the only they dropped the bell out. They dropped the bell out to like $1 million and some change. And I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna leave it at that. You know, I'm glad Rihanna and my family stayed after that. You know what I'm saying?
Did you guys hear the news about Arizona filing suit against Kalshi for taking bets on elections? Is that a thing that they've been following on?
Some more. You got more?
I'm trying to find the article for because I'm looking at a post from an attorney about it. So I don't know if this is going to, in the future, impact them even existing, but essentially it's 20 counts, including events on the 2028 presidential race, 2026 Arizona governor's race, and it goes against Arizona law.
He was written on the sections.
No, this is Kalshi. This is the company that does betting.
Breaking news, they're saying that Pritzker now is should be considered a top contender for 28 because his candidate won the Senate race and beat all this crypto and APAC and corporate PAC money. The Stratton was the underdog and then won thanks to him supporting her, of course. I don't know that I agree, but just reporting the news.
It looks like there's another strike with news anchors. I've never heard of a news anchor strike ever in my existence. But there's a news anchor strike after all of the news anchors, most of them got fired from KTLA 5. The news anchors were marching and picketing. Geez. Well, we don't. Does anybody watch the news anyway? Because they got autonomous AI taking people's jobs. I saw the video. I'll post the link. I said, damn, AI took the news anchors' jobs, y'all. Ain't that what I mean? Glenn?
Anyway, I'm putting a Kalshi link. This happened today. For us in Arizona agent.
Reformed, are you there?
Reform. Are you there? A request has been made for your attention back to that house. Are you there? There. Shama.
I have a couple other bets that y'all can make on primary wins. Some of these are gubernatorial though, so. Brother.
What's up with them?
How did it go? Juliana Stratton is your next senator. My dad was excited. He just texted me. He's like, thank God.
Yeah, JD was throwing around his ways.
Don't know why it's late. He ain't got wait no more though. He almost ended. But anyway, I'm happy. I'm happy.
Oprah.
Oh yeah, he's on that Ozempic pen.
He's on that
Got
Got
everything. He on testosterone. He on AOD. He's on semaglutide. He's on all this. So just doing his thing, showing he knows fat phobia is real. He knows that that's what's unfortunately he's gonna be called names from JD Vance, who is also not skinny. So in the general, if it's JD Vance, it's not me. And he ends up being the nominee for Democrats. So he's trying to prepare himself. Yeah, y'all, Pritzker, that's good. I'm happy this happened. From Illinois, so it's something I was helping, praying for. I mean, the creators for Stratton group chat with her campaign manager to the Instagram group that was created for creators that are supporting her and everyone's celebrating and it's looking beautiful. We have Sherry Brown next, and then we have Josh Turek. Yeah, so everyone get prepared. But if reform, whenever, I don't know if you're there or not, but whenever you get back to your phone, I have candidates for governor that you should bet on that I'm pretty sure are going to
call him a two-time loser. That was so funny. Wait, what? I said, but it's not hard.
I mean, my perspective is, Jocelyn's going to beat Duggan and John James and the Crypt Keeper. I think that John James has won the primary. But yeah, Vincent's going to win. I used to not think she was, but as I see more polling and more engagement in the race, it's getting tighter. Even though the primary is not until August. And by the way, Michigan just passed the bill, or the state Senate passed the bill to change it to where 28, your primary is going to be in June now instead of August, because it gives no one time to effectively run a campaign in the general, because you're 3 months away, 2 months away from, the actual election. So I think that's smart for Michigan Democrats to push. It should be bipartisan because it would help Republicans and Democrats, running the races, have more time. Vincent's got that, and I think Nick Monroe's got that too.
I would definitely say Vincent just has way more name recognition, just through their position. I remember two governors, they typically don't catapult well.
She's Secretary of State, right?
Yes, that's right.
And that's normally what used to be the elected position. No one really, like you said, no one really views lieutenant governor as really meaning and doing much. Then Secretary of State has a lot more responsibility. The only lieutenant governor I think that actually does shit is the one in Texas, because he's like president of the Senate, and he's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a more meaningful role in Texas, but in a lot of other states it's not. Like, Katie Hobbs was Secretary of State before she became governor in Arizona, and it's like a catapult position, for governor, more than likely. So I think Vincent should be fine. It'll be close-ish because it's Michigan, but it's looking like a D. I mean, we're now, I don't know if y'all saw, the polling average is D+8. We're at D+8, and we're 7 months away. D+8 as the environment, or being. Yeah. Not too much on Vincent. I didn't say anything negative about Vincent. I'm just being realistic. She wanted to win. She wanted to have some outrageous margin. Like, she's not getting Gretchen Whitmer numbers, but she's going to win. And the reason why is because Mike Duggan is splitting the vote, because he's running as an independent. So what I'm saying is just based off that. I don't do vibe shit, so if y'all know vibes, y'all need to call,
And I think that's the reason why Gavin Gilchrist is now running for Secretary of State to get way more name recognition. But I will say that Whitmer did a very good job of pushing him out to the forefront. So he does have really good name recognition within the state, but just not as good as Vincent.
Yeah, probably a great governor. But he just didn't have it's going to be hard for anyone to have enough. The lieutenant governor of New Jersey primary from a congressional seat. That's stupid. You should, you quote unquote, didn't a ticket, you didn't a ticket that won statewide. You should be able to win. But that's just the lieutenant governor position. Look at Stratton. She was the underdog. They won tonight. It's very difficult to get visibility as lieutenant governor. You know what I mean? So I understand why a lot of people is his name David Tolbert? Is he the guy? No, I think it's Tolbert. He's the lieutenant governor of Kansas. Why do I know this stuff? I don't know. I'm a stuff loser, so y'all can come to me in the chat. I don't care. He chose not to run for governor. Everyone wondered why. And everyone was like, you should be the successor. You're young as fuck. You would be great to succeed Laura Kelly, who has an approval rating, I think it's like 53, 54% in Kansas. And she won twice. She won in 2018. She won for re-election in 22. And, she's endorsed Ethan Gorson, by the way, who's hopefully going to win. I don't know if he will or won't. I know he won the primary. But everyone wanted David, I think is his name, to be her successor. He chose not to do it. He's not going to run. We don't understand what he's going to do next. I wonder if he's going to go for Moran's seat in 2080. Probably not. Maybe he goes for governor in a better environment. This is the best environment though to run. So I don't really get his decision. I don't know. But
crazy. When they say when someone says your name, I mean you're gonna live long. Earlier today, I think Van said it. Hopefully Matt comes in here tonight, and you did, and your knowledge of these things, I can't keep up. I don't know how you rattle off these names. I don't remember shit. I mean, I remember when I was supposed to remember, but a true talent. We appreciate you coming in and just keeping us up to speed with all these political races, who's who, and what's the best choices. Appreciate you, brother.
Oh, of course. Thank you. I think it's fun.
Let's discuss it. So back to the fact that you're not interested in politics. I'm so happy that kids are getting that exclusive. I despise that anybody that is not going to shut and eat is despised by me.
She's a hoghead too, by the way. She's one of the hogheads. She's one of the day pop girls.
Yeah, she just gives this. I'm so happy that she's losing. In that case, I think that Stratton was going to beat Roger.
I'm so happy.
I mean, that so happy that as soon as Stratton goes position in Cook County, that was the end. So I didn't expect anything much.
Whoever gets 50% Cook County wins. And
Roger is not that popular. It's not charismatic. He's not a firebrand. He's just a typical centrist Democrat.
And he used his staff. Did y'all hear about when he didn't get when his staff didn't have money raised for him because they're not screaming them becomes and fires them and shit.
I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know much about that, but it's just not an impressive kind of.
Sure is not. And I'm sure he'll have a nice, lobbying job waiting for him. Some of Robin Kelly, they both are. And they're
I don't want both of them to wrong. I mean, there's nothing wrong. They are very stiff. Anyways, who again? I'm so happy that Engineer lost. That guy is useless. I mean, what was that? He won, represented the district, came back to another district for one, came out of jail, he lost. Then who again? Tonight, Mohammed, anybody endorsed by the leftists, progressives, I guess.
Well, Stratton is a progressive, and I am too, but she's obviously one with sense, and I love a pragmatic progressive who.
Was Stratton endorsed by Rashida Tlaib? No.
No. Well, Tlaib is not the heart and soul of the progressive movement. Stratton is a progressive, which I love her, and I love that she has her fire. Remember how we talked about this with Jasmine Crockett? If Jasmine Crockett went statewide in Illinois, she would fucking win 64%, 65%. Like, this is what I'm telling people. Just don't understand. Like, you understand. A lot of people, when they hate me and they're mad at me because I control them when I win, because I'm a petty loser, petty little bitch. But, you can't have Juliana Stratton's fiber and run Texas state law. You know what I mean?
She's a progressive, but she doesn't talk all these things that, she's a centrist.
Well, no. She cares for all. She's out there supporting Schumer. She's no APAC, no corporate PAC money. She's, obviously, we don't understand her gun rights. No, she's 100% a textbook progressive. She's not a leftist, though. That's the difference. And I think that's where we have to sometimes start getting in the weeds of that and having a conversation. Like, Kat is a leftist. Juliana's a progressive. There's a difference. Unfortunately, there is. You know what I mean? She's not, quote, radical in the way, but she obviously will come in and tell you what she believes and fight for it. But she's not going to go fucking protest about a bunch of shit in Congress and, do some of the shit that the leftists did. No shade, but she's not. She's not walking in as like a quote-unquote member of the squad, but in the Senate. You know what I mean? But she's walking in with great mentors. Elizabeth Warren endorsed her. She's walking in with a lot of great mentors. Duckworth, she endorsed her as well.
Massachusetts primary?
Looks like he's gonna win. By the way, Rand Paul's coming to campaign for him.
Well, he's not so.
Rand Paul, yeah, that's Bowling Green, which is where Rand Paul is from. So he's going to probably get Massey the win. Apparently, Massey's already gonna win, but he's gonna help Massey have his victory.
This guy's running again. What's this guy's name? That running Kentucky, Charles Booker.
Yeah, Booker was on tonight. There was a debate. It was him, McGrath, Forsyth, Logan Forsyth.
This is my guy.
The former Secret Service or CIA Washington. And then the fucker that owns all the fucking forces in Louisville or Lexington, wherever the fuck the dirty is. I don't remember the guy's name. He said, I want to be the Joe Manchin of Kentucky. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Which of the election am I looking at? I just showed Frank on. So Trump didn't exhaust anybody for practicing or calling, so.
We just talked about that. So what's being discussed is that he's likely going to cross endorse candidates. Today was the last day, the deadline, for one of them to formally and legally remove their name from the ballot in May. So now both of them will be on the ballot. We don't think Paxton wasn't going down anyway. Paxton's hedging it on the State Act, which I don't know about, put on the floor, voted to be put on the floor today. Murkowski and Tom Wolf. Murkowski voted down, Tillis didn't show up today. But he does not support the State Act. And, somehow Fetterman was a Democrat today. Was with the Democrats to say no. And,
No, because Fetterman has always made it clear that he doesn't support all the laundry list on the same act. He supports his photo rights. All the banning, he has always made it clear.
Yeah, exactly. And so, well, it's not going to pass in 60 votes. We all know what's going to happen. But the longer this takes, this is what I'm saying before you're in here, the longer this takes, the better. Because we know it's going to die. But the closer we get into April and this is something they're talking about, and there's amendments on it, the longer this takes, the better. Because it will keep Paxton's quote. If they come to say that God dropped out, then Trump fell for that, right? Because Paxton's never been able to kind of weasel his way out of shit by doing stuff like this. So it's funny to me that Trump fell for it. Trump still said he loves both candidates and is leaning towards endorsing both of them. That's something he's considering, is what he said. We're actually not leaning, considering doing. And so I find that to be interesting as we get closer. They've spent $70 billion on this primary so far, according to me. So I love it. Empty his fucking war chest, bro. Like, empty that war chest. So if you are the nominee, you're going to walk in with not as much, well, it's not a lot of money, but not as much as you would have. But I know I sound crazy. I think Paxton's going to win the nomination.
You think so?
I do. And I've heard. That's what I'm leaning today. I'll say that. It can change tomorrow. But, yeah, to me, it's giving Paxton. All of the MAGAs are like diehard Paxton supporters. They're all coming out saying they will not vote in Texas in the fall. If it's Cornyn, like they're all raging online. They're tagging Trump in these tweets. There are op-eds being made talking about this. Tons of people have been calling Trump to tell him this. So Trump is very well aware that if Cornyn is your nominee, if you endorse him and he wins, he's going into the primary. He's going into the general. Not only is he weak anyway, but he's going in so weak. You're going to have so many people that just won't vote or would normally have supported the Republican. So, madness. Can you win with just the normie Republicans voting in November? Like, the normie Republicans as of today, not the normie Republicans in 24. Like, the normie Republicans who also are not as enthused to vote anyway. Like, when we see polling, it shows which party is the most enthused to vote in November. Republicans are like 15 points behind Democrats. So, I don't know. I'm just thinking this is a recipe for a Democrat to win in Texas in November. So, yeah.
Okay.
just yield to people who may know more.
Are you guys nice to your mayor continue?
Wait, what?
How's your mayor?
Oh, he's amazing. He did the St. Patrick's Day parade. I haven't seen any clips of it because, it's a big parade. Bunch of drunk Irish people, which is why I stayed indoors. And, everything's fine. So far, so good. I can tell you this. There's no shortage of millionaires and billionaires looking for real estate in this city, that's for sure. I thought they were supposed to leave.
Did you hear his latest about parking meters?
If you want people out in the streets, and propose putting parking meters in, I heard the data, it's like only 3% of New York City streets have parking meters. I mean, people are not going to be happy. Like, there will be riots. They will boot him out of office with, I don't know what you do. I don't know what the mechanism is for that. Yeah. I don't know if that's ever happened, but, if they try to put parking meters in residential neighborhoods because they're trying to raise money, oof.
I don't mean I'm saying that the reason why some of these other proposals are happening is because the wealth tax is being frozen by Coco, who said she's not inherently against a wealth tax. However, what she wants to quote unquote exhaust all other reasonable options before we go to a wealth tax. That's what she said in her most recent statement. I watched the video and heard her. And I think what's not going to be pursuing stuff that unfortunately I won't like because she's not the governor who is not going to let certain things pass. But that's okay.
Well, I think it's the 2% of on millionaires. People aren't over $1 million. I think that's the tax, and I don't know anybody who's against it.
Also, it said that verbatim. I was just thinking that it was not going to be myself. She said she's not signing it until all other options have been exhausted.
I'm fine if the other options are.
That's called, potentially discussing y'all having, lovely parking meters.
No, that's not the option. What's been happening over the last couple of weeks is them and Devon, you get back in the end of this. They've been magically finding some billions of dollars here and there. It's not even just creative math. It's just hey, we're doing this, we're saving money this way. So I'm for, local kind of pushing them to be, kind of smarter about it and finding where there may be overspending and, and some abuse of the money. But ultimately, having that millionaire tax of 2%, I think most people are on board with it. I think she'll eventually sign it.
Yeah, I don't think she'll do it during this election cycle. I think she's going to do it when she's elected. That's just my guess, just based on the politics of it all. I think we're wrong, but that's my guesstimation.
She dropped 20 from the polls or another episode of that. Yeah, when she's Buffalo, she's, she was never a New York City person. And she only got in because Cuomo was a fucking serial sexual abuser or assaulter. But, in my mind, she's been doing pretty okay.
I mean, it's like weird next stuff. I'm just curious if that. Something I wanted to ask the New Yorkers that, like, it's actually want to run for governor. Maybe
After Uncle.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just curious.
Oh, I don't even know. I mean, I honestly don't know. Like, I'm focused on getting the fucking Schumer brand out of there.
I think Schumer, Pat Ryan, I think he would be a great president. I think AOC should replace Schumer and then Pat Ryan should replace Schumer.
Yeah, I think AOC's gonna go for Schumer's seat. I think Schumer's gonna retire. I think she's gonna try to primary if she doesn't retire, but she's not gonna help Casey Ryan win any, like, the rest of the state.
I think that as long as she, I can look at the numbers again, as long as she get, isn't it like, it's right at 50, it's like what Giuliani's trying to have to do in Illinois, because the numbers are similar but different, obviously, to make up the state. I want to say as long as she clears 45% in New York City, if you will, or the boroughs, then she wins.
Right, because I can cover
The rest of the state.
well, she's weird. I mean, just population alone, I have no voting population, but, New York City, the half million, and the rest of the state is like 18 million.
So isn't it 45 that's good? I think that's the number. I have to look.
It may be because she'll also get people upset. It's just a matter of in the primary. I think it's gonna be harder.
The primary, it's gonna be up to y'all like to run 99 people. And I don't understand why everybody wanna run. As soon as the seat's up in New York, like, it's 99 people that wanna run. And I'm just like, oh my God. Like, why is everybody wanna run?
That's gonna be crazy. It's a big spotlight. It's a big spotlight.
Jesus, it's like, you can't just do a different, like, stay in your current offices, or I don't know.
socially liberal, kind of centrist, Democrat businessman type situation.
Yeah. And you know what? Schumer is going to endorse them.
And probably will.
And that will piss everybody off. And then it'll be like, AOC, no, in the race, or she's a front runner. We don't know. It's a toss-up. Like, that's what they're going to say.
Right, and AIPAC may be, albatross on some people's necks by that, but he could also be somebody that is, not anti-Israel per se, but not taking AIPAC on.
I wonder if they will be a Jewish candidate or not, but will be another Latino. That will be a lot. When they try to position, will they try to make it so like a Latino person that's backed by AIPAC, so crypto people, but also corporate, shell Democrats like Schumer and gets us to make it like a hey, see, like we want a Latina, just not her. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I just wonder if
identity politics.
Yeah, I think they're gonna. They took the identity, but then they also plan the whole AIPAC thing is not gonna be a winning strategy, and I don't know if they'll figure it out in 2028.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and it's sticking. Like the AIPAC people are losing. A lot of them are losing. A lot of them are winning, but people who are winning are like Alex and Jay say, okay, I'm not taking money. Like, fuck off. You know what I mean? I'm progressive. I'm not going to take money anymore. And they're leaving, they're still trying to take it down, but, it's going to be something people are going to have to shake off their record before then.
And also, is the money worth it? Right. Or where they can pick it up elsewhere and not have to have that over there.
Exactly. And like I said, Jay is more progressive, even though it's still PAC money. It's still more PAC money, but I know. You know what I mean? That's what I feel. I feel like you're going to have a Schumer act. I don't know who Schumer is.
Well, you may have like a kind of pro-Wall Street socialism, almost like a Schumer clone.
Yeah.
But maybe not the AIPAC thing, because we have to realize there's a lot of Democrats like that. They don't necessarily want leftist types, but they want to maintain a Schumer type, Wall Street Chuck.
So sorry, I'm playing this game. I love these fun experiments. I think it's very fun. So anyone in the board, please let us know in the chat. I'll shut up. What if it's a candidate? What if it's AOC? We all know that Donald's going to endorse her, but what if his approvals are through the roof by 28? Like, what if he has 64, 65, 70 almost 70% approval? Like, what if overwhelmingly New York City loves him? Obviously, she's New York City, so, the rest of the state's a factor. But we know that they also love AOC. So what if he endorses her and it's kind of like her versus, he and AOC versus Schumer? And what if Hochul endorses the Schumer person? After she wins by maybe 15 against Blanket, even though he sucks. But you get it,
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lane for somebody that's going to be the anti-AOC.
Right, like a Mallory McGraw. She's not Abdullah Saeed, but she's also not Hayden Stevens. She's not a corporate AIPAC show, even though she has taken corporate money before, is still taking corporate money for this race, but is more progressive than Hayden Stevens could ever imagine. Not as progressive as, she's Medicare for All who wanted, not Medicare for All, which actually
say I'm trying to say what her fucking value is because I want her out more than I want you.
Oh, did you not hear? She wants to run again for fucking DNCC chair. This bitch wants to be the next. This woman thinks she is a fucking kingslayer. Because she had a good year where she got Cooper, Brown, Peltola, and Mills in. Her candidates are Mills. I'm sorry. You had good candidates in Peltola, Brown, Cooper. I'll even give you Turk. And when he jumped, Auburn was the best candidate that was in the race. So sure, I'll give you that. But you also had flops. You had Stevens. You had fucking Mills, who sucks. Like, you have candidates that aren't going to probably win the primaries. That you also, put on the bench. And also, this is a lot to do with Trump, not to do with you being this person that's so great at picking. So, I think she did a good job. I don't know if y'all know, last time it was Gary Peters who was selected for 2020. Like, she helped us get, like, Warnock and all those other folks. Even though Warnock was the initial choice, they wanted Abrams to run in 2020. I don't know, maybe y'all know that. Probably don't care. Or 2020 or 2022. Yeah, 2020, actually. 2020. Because he hadn't run again in 2022 after he won the special. But, yeah, they wanted Abrams, and Abrams said, fuck off, Stacey Abrams. So, then she pointed them to Raphael Warnock. So, I thought 2020 was decent, but like I feel like we need to give other people a shot who make more sense than these no shade, out of touch, New England, New York Democrats. Like, get someone in the Midwest to focus on picking people. Like, get Warnock and fucking Ossoff. Like, get people who I get it, they're for the freshmen. They're like a little sharp beast, but get someone who can speak to the region more.
I'm with Keisha on that because I was just kind of saying, I would still blame her for making Alex Rankin leave. Oh, I can't. It's hard for me to forgive her for that, honestly. I just don't know what she does just as a New Yorker. I don't know what she does. For us.
When she ran for president, I was laughing at that the entire time.
I would never do that.
It was a joke. It's like, what is she doing? Why is she running for president? Why are you as a New Yorker running for president? Just like, why are you as a California running for president? What do you do? Anyway, this is stupid. Like, I mean, maybe make 10 and dirt work. I don't know. I mean, she picked Stratton. She nominated George Stratton. Like, pick someone from the Midwest, not someone that's from, where the fuck, the New York area. I mean, I'm trying to think, where's the Democrat at that's closest to the Midwest aside from Illinois? Oh, Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin. You give Tammy Baldwin the job. She's from Wisconsin. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just under the belief, and people can yell at me or whatever, but I just don't want to see any, like, deep blue state leadership stuff. I just don't. I don't think it's good for the rest of the country, even if we're effective. I just don't want to see it. I don't want to see Massachusetts. I don't want to see I don't want to see Connecticut. I don't want to see California. I don't want to see Washington State. Give me somewhere in between all those states I just mentioned, and I'll be fine.
Like, just picking the states that have power in a Midwestern state makes no sense. Like, let Sherrod Brown go. He brings his old ass back in. I know he's fucking old, and, we all are yelling at the olds, but put him up for it. Let him pick some back, and he's a star. Like, he was a star and always had been a star in Ohio. You know what I mean? So, let him do it. I mean, I don't like Mrs. Slocum like that. I'm not trying to be mean. Like, I know she's very. I'm iffy on her. I'll say that because I don't know if I trust her. We'll just say C for
creates a lot more infighting, in the MAGA, because it's also hard to, it's hard, like Trump, said it was like a week on terrorism, whatever his comment was, just so absurd. And I just think more people on that side of the aisle should be more pissed at that, and certainly the military side, being like, why are you coming after this guy who clearly has a great resume, but you're going after him and saying he's weak on terrorism? This fucking president who fucking eats McDonald's and makes Twitter fingers.
The world is open up the gates for full terrorists. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of insane. I mean, just gotta wait and see. But this is definitely one thing to watch.
Did you hear the latest? Somebody put in the chat that Trump said he wouldn't mind this war looking like something like Vietnam, something to that effect. This man wants to see death and people coming home late. The guy with the bone spurs. Fucking insane.
Did he say he wouldn't mind seeing this as another Vietnam?
To the effect of Vietnam, like a battle like Vietnam. This guy's crazy. Does not know what happened in Vietnam?
It's not even crazy, bro. It's sick. It's fucking.
Well, the project's sick is separate from, the crazy senile old man, is that nobody is speaking up against him. Nobody that is rationally elected saying like, hey guys, enough is enough. Like, like you can push back on it and still win your election. Like if you're worried about that, especially now that, election season's already here and, people can't all of a sudden declare to run against that person. So if you're in a safe seat and you're a Republican and you're not with this fucking shit, like, have some fucking balls and say something. Even if you're not in a safe seat, just fucking somebody have some fucking balls and say something against this guy.
Right, might win in their seat to say, I was not with this, just.
Yeah, like there's a lane for you to be like, hey, I'm not with fucking, I'm not with this fucking president when he does X, Y, and Z. Like, have some fucking courage. Don't be retired. Don't be like, oh, I'm gonna retire, so now I'm gonna say some shit like Tom Tillis. Like, fucking saying the thing. Like, you can get elected by fucking having some courage. Like, it's been proven. How many people stood up came out against Nixon during the whole Watergate thing? I mean, there was a lot.
Real quick.
Devon, I'm just playing with you, bro.
While you were around this day, hey, can I get something? Well, breaking news, Venezuela's now the world champions. So shout out to them.
Of what?
They won the championship, the baseball championship, the world championship. They beat America 3-2.
World Series, the kids?
Nah, the World Championship. The Dumps.
This is an adult World Series? I thought that was in October.
World Championships. So
World Championships, okay.
yeah, you have so they're crying. So you tell them how happy they needed this one now.
Oh, good for them.
The biggest. The country needed it. So shout out to them, and they won me some money.
It's cool though. Nobody know what the fuck they want, but it's cool.
They won Trials and America.
Shit.
Yeah, it's not that comfortable. It's just the baseball classic.
Alright, good for them. Proud Boys, like he's on that side of the ledger, the Nick Fuentes and all that. So, but he's, run for office twice in Washington, lost. I think he won the Republican primary twice and lost in the general. Apparently to a cuckoo, I don't know, Matt knows more about that person in Washington State, the Democrat. I don't know much about it. And it looks like a new senator. That's pretty cool.
So, real quick, he didn't say, so someone asked him, what I found is, someone asked him, are you afraid that this could turn into a Vietnam type situation? He says, no, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything. Of course you're not. You sitting on your fat ass all day. When was the last time you seen this guy stand up? Every time they show him, he's sitting down around his fucking desk. Probably came from fucking war.
You're not scared of anything. You're scared to go to Vietnam.
His roommate, his son, John, what's my name? The youngest one. They saying that he's got inherited bone spurs. So they're going to send that up. So Barron don't gotta go fight. These motherfuckers, oh my God. Yeah, he inherited his father's bone spurs. So
Even the Supreme Leader not ran out of the ball to fight when he was 17.
it's crazy.
You know that, right? The son?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He fought and he got ran out of that right now.
Well, just for shits and giggles, can I play something that's, it is, if it pleases the mods. It's just going to be a quick interview with a triple Trump voter. Hold on a second.
Was it Maury? Is it Matt?
This is somebody interviewing a Pennsylvania voter on the street. This is about signing off on Iran, etc., etc. Here we go.
If you can say something to President Trump, he was going to hear you right now. Motivate.
You're a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times?
30 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot. There you go.
Well,
There ain't no more to it. That's it.
You can tell when she goes deeper into the conversation. I mean, that's what the clip played. It doesn't go any deeper. It's not like I'm trying to censor it.
Yeah, but what else do we need to do?
Hold on.
President Trump is going to hear.
Here, let's see what
If you can say something to President Trump, he was going to hear you right now. Motivate.
You're a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times?
30 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
If you can say something.
There you go. That's all like a moment.
That's all you need. Like, that was perfect.
That shit used to be remixed like in a fucking SoundCloud song. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna save that just so that, like, every once in a while, we got like a little golden.
You know that soundbite of Becky Kelly with her husband was a Trump for 14 years? You got that shit in the song, yo.
Oh, Megan Kelly.
Yeah, but Jay-Z, I told you about that, Jay-Z.
Oh, yeah.
And he put that in the sound, he put that soundbite in the song.
Yeah. Say, bookmark that spiritual.
I did actually put the clip in there so you can see who the woman is.
depending on your death.
Hold on, one more time.
Say something President Trump is going to hear you right now. Motivate.
You are a worthless pile of
You should take out that sentence.
3 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
The part is that you are a worthless piece of shit. Like every time that shit isn't even thing. You are a worthless piece of shit. You know.
So the President Trump is going to hear you right now. Motivate.
You are a worthless pile of
How's that? Worthless pile of shit. Yeah. Look. I'm with homegirl. I'm not gonna say I'm a worthless pile of shit because even worthless piles of shit deserve a second opportunity. I used the word savor today. With the ER. And I just want to say we all deserve a savor. It's something like
Some fucking after school special bullshit here.
yeah, it's like a savor. What do we call it?
Hey,
We call it fuck that nigga.
you see the Venezuela beat the United States baseball team?
Yeah, we can always say that, but he had us for the USA beat.
I did say USA. What are you talking about?
Hey, the score was 3-2. The score was 3-2. It was a classic. And I keep telling Brothers Divine that a lot of these guys in baseball, y'all think Dominican, they're actually Venezuelan.
Exactly.
They have a voice.
And don't forget a lot of motherfuckers are Asian from over there that they say DR also.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
How many of us are motherfuckers that are more?
What you say, bro?
A lot of them are Asian that, are over there in DR shit.
Oh yeah, y'all. Like Haitians better than Haitians. The Haitian community is
Some of them do. Some of
No, I'm talking about this plane that represents DR on the national league, bro.
That's a fact. But I keep telling people that all those guys y'all think in the Major League Baseball are Dominican, they're Venezuelan brothers, man. I'm talking about they brothers too, man. They brothers, man.
Yeah. Look, man, they're as dark as me. And shout out to I'm proud of Venezuela. They've been through a lot, man. They've been through a lot, and
Viva Venezuela, muchacho!
who's supposed to get cuts in New York? Is it Dominicans?
Yeah, bro. Dominicans.
Yeah, Dominicans are the ones that get the fresh lineups. Okay.
Yo, but Amar, them Venezuelans, man, they got a lot of Afro Venezuelans, man. I'm telling you, in South Florida, them Venezuelans, man, they do their thing.
That's a fact. Like Venezuelans, Cubans, what you talking about. I was not around. They told me
It's off the record, though. It's off the record. Funny as a quarter water.
See how y'all trying to do black people like that, trying to business. Niggas gonna sell drugs because they live in the
It's all tell you, they should say it's not. You know what I did? I went to the wholesalers. I had my table with the wall cloth. I used to sell the oils. I used to sell the Muslim oil, the musk. I used to sell the musk, the air oil. Well, I had a job. I had a job and I would go to the wholesalers. My man put me on. I knew where the wholesalers was at. So I would buy shit in bulk and go back to the hood and sell it. It was a drug dealer's mentality, but I was selling legal goods.
I got a fucking 31 Omar. I never fucking 31.
Respect me either. I never do that.
Even now, bro, like I be saying, I was totally a monthly hustler, right? Like I was, and long story short, that lady was basically for nonprofit was basically telling me because dude was trying to lie and say you're building the whole fucking system, right? For 50K, bro. You know how much shit really costs? Was it against?
Nah, tell me how much?
$297, yo. And this nigga literally had him fucking thinking that he built this system for them. Yeah.
Damn.
I can't do rubbish like that, but
Nah. So I know, but I love when y'all remember that. Like, I got one last thing. So when I was a kid, I remember, I don't know if y'all know Cooper Projects. And Cooper got beef with Marcy Projects, right? So I was sitting playing, I don't know if y'all play handball off the barrel. And so one of these,
that's not a handball.
oh, man, I'm an athlete. Trust me. So with that being said, motherfuckers from Marcy came shooting at Cooper on Cooper Day, right? And man, why? Now I was in the middle of that bitch, man. Now your boy wouldn't have been here today. If I didn't have those street smarts, you feel me?
That's not what I'm saying. Motherfucker,
I don't mess with no projects. No, sir.
yo, Marty said when you brought out Javon, when you brought this shit, check your chill. Like your brother stole fucking Tokyo, just told me.
The shorties love me, man. They used to take me so that they can actually get it. Especially Puerto Rican women. Puerto Rican women, man, they love me. Let me tell you, this Puerto Rican chick named Sky. Every time I come from California back to New York, she waited for the day summertime. She like, you coming yet? And I'd be like, man, I'll be there. It's almost school is out. Don't worry. Man, I miss those days. Sky was this beautiful Puerto Rican girl. She had, she looked black. She looked black. She wasn't the right skin for it. Philly, we had Puerto Ricans, but it wasn't like we were lusting over them. Like they were there, they was in the mix.
Regular shit.
Yeah, they was like regular, like they were girls, like they one of the guys, like I was second station. I never sold drugs, but the dudes I was around then, they was
gotta drink a Guinness stout with the Irish.
You got the Irish car bomb.
You know what? I didn't do all that, but I did have a Yingling and some vodka, a shot of vodka. Oh, yeah, some shots of vodka.
You used to go car bomb back in the day?
Oh, for sure. Car, why did I do a car bomb?
Yeah, fucking the A's. I barely can drink with you.
That shit was massive.
Yeah, man. That's a good night, that motherfucker. My drink used to be taken away though back in the day. She don't make you sit there.
Gin? My God.
Damn, she don't make you sit there all night.
So any updates in the news, Devon? Anything happen, or it's just another song?
Yeah, assholes who voted for Trump are now fucking saying they're right.
I think they're saying that shit. I believe that way.
I want to ask you, did you hear about that fire on 40-something Street?
Yeah, it's a big fire on the roof.
Yeah, big fire.
That was a big time.
That's the only thing I really heard about today. Just you guys arguing about the same stuff. This thing needs to come to a halt. I hope it does. Man talking about boots on the ground and he ain't scared. Like, of course you're not scared because you ain't gotta do shit.
Hey,
It's crazy.
hey, Devon, I need you to document right now what I'm about to say, okay? I'm making a prediction, everywhere. Prediction. I'm predicting.
Hold on, let me open my notes. Hold on.
Open the notes. Make sure you keep this notes.
Oh. All right.
All right, March 17, 2027. I'm saying by the end of 2027, the Democrats will have the House. Possibly the Senate, but I can look at climate. Do you not realize the time we're living in right now, bro? Look at climate. Do you not realize the time we're living in right now, bro? The Democrats are not going to just. They're not going to be the resist. They're going to be the resistance where they see necessary, but they still won't pass legislation. They know how to govern.
Look, you're toxic, bitch. You're toxic, bitch, like drama. That motherfucker is constantly cause drama and do dumb shit.
Wait,
Fucking work is not going to get done.
Devon, you took that down, right?
You have to get down.
Listen, who's arguing with me? See, nobody else is.
Hold on. Because my thing is, I don't know. Hopefully we make it that far, right? You hear what they're telling the troops? Like, this is like the battle of all battles. Like, this is going to be Armageddon. Like, these motherfuckers want to fulfill, like, the book of Revelation. What kind of psychotic madman shit are they on right now?
Shit's wild. When I heard that shit on Clubhouse, right, I was hoping it was like some, exaggerated bullshit. I literally heard a lady call in on NPR and say the same fucking thing. And guess what? Where the lady happened to live? Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And she has the shit she's hearing. It makes no fucking sense the shit we got going on right now.
For the end times. This is crazy.
I'm saying, we like all over the side, we literally walk around. If you look around you probably say standing next to a fucking sheep and when you look in the supermarket somewhere. We have so many fucking people that's so fucking dumb and brainwashed in the country. It's unbelievable. So like one fucking devil, you know what I mean? Like this, whatever.
It's madness. It really is madness. That you're telling troops get ready for the battle of all battles type shit. Like this is what we've been waiting for. No, this ain't what we've been waiting for.
Also, we have a military that's diverse, where people of all different religions.
Dangerous.
Shit fucking is crazy, though. The same way I consider with the whole immigrant thing, right? Do you fucking realize how many immigrants in the military? That's not the shit they show. They want to show fucking it's the good old white boys from backwoods Nebraska, right? They don't show black and brown. And look what the numbers are. When they show the fucking war movies, they're not showing up. They show fucking white units. Not showing communities. What is it? But hey,
for
Because I'm already have to find a way to soften the blow for his fucking people.
No, it's not about that. Come on, now. Everything has to be like, even we can just take shit like
Yeah, but let's put what happened this past 3 weeks on this one person.
I'm not all of them. So I said even Trump, right? I think the entire administration has failed to prepare the country for what's going on and what's going to happen. Like, hey, be mindful, be present, watch your six, the whole nine. But his job and her job is specifically to keep us safe.
And you don't think she's really doing that?
How many people died in the last few weeks from terror attacks? That's the question. I don't have the number, but if anyone knows, we had Texas, we had Michigan, we had the university. What else? Right. So therefore, they're not protecting the station, and I shouldn't have been. That's not a partisan thing. That's not what we're talking
Did you think I was confused and thought they were? I do recall the same fucking day that Pete Hegseth was nominated, right? I literally said that the country is unsafe. So
You mean Capital or Pete? Which one?
Pete, he was named for cash.
He wants some those. And also, wait 1 second now.
You're a worthless pile of.
That's right. Tell him.
Facts.
That's a fact. So, okay, I guess maybe I'm confused. You said Pete Hegseth, but we're talking about here within the homeland. And now
I'm saying what I'm saying to you, you're talking about they warn us about being unsafe, right? What I'm saying to you is, since then, I know we weren't fucking safe. It's the whole thing.
okay. I mean,
There's no one, we don't have nobody in this fucking administration who gives a fuck to join them. Or who has 2 brain cells at work and all it is to jump on Trump's dick and ride his dick.
yeah, I mean, look,
It's all it is. Surround himself with dick riders. So,
but it looks like he's trying to get. I think he's gonna get that moment. The senator. So he's gonna be the new Homeland Security Director. So we'll see.
that fucking clown for Obama.
Yeah. So
The one to be fucking MMA fighter.
a little bit more serious than the governor who shoot her dog. I mean, come on. Well, that's a little bit of upgrade. I'm not gonna say much, but a little bit of upgrade.
Yeah, he wants to fight on the floor and shit, right? Call people out on the floor and go and fight. Like he's a big, come on, bro.
And then if we So you made so and that's another unless there's a way okay, so again, I've talked to Patty about this several times on this stage, and she has provided great information to me, as she always does when it comes to John. You don't even listen. I do listen to Patty. You're fucking retarded, man. Seriously. Hold on, it didn't come from me on everything I say. Well, you don't need to try to kiss ass like you say, motherfucker. Patty will say sometimes, Mario needs to listen, right? So I do listen to her. Even she has even acknowledged that. Yeah, Mario, every once in a while you fucking listen, nigga. Whatever. So one thing, I'm about to quote, one thing she told me is about how, Biden administration has provided, billions and billions of dollars for these programs. So if another my hope is that somebody Biden, the money that he threw before he left, those will start to see that bamboo tree that they planted start to grow up to 90 feet, right? 5 years, 6 years, which usually it takes for these things to grow. And I'm talking about the factories and some of these policies. We may be saved by 2030. We may be saved. So let's see.
Not even close. No, and I'll just tell you why.
Tell me why.
The write-offs, and also the write-offs that these companies had to do, especially when you're talking about EVs and windmills, and these benefits are usually solid. We're talking millions and millions of dollars, and I mean 50 to 100 billion in totality, I would say. And there's no way that that's reversible by 2030. They won't get back into that game until at least the mid-2030s, from my perspective. And I don't know if it's I think it's some of the damages for permanent. I'm with you on that one.
So the question is, how much money they weren't able to claw back through, what is it called, rescission? When the Republicans were trying to take that money back, what was that process?
You're talking about the tariffs? I don't know what you're talking about.
We're talking, I don't know if anyone here, I know some, let me see what follows politics really closely. You remember when the Republicans, remember when Republicans through Doge was trying to take what they were calling the green scam?
Yeah.
So how much money were they able to get Congress to take back from some of those funds that were not yet allocated?
You're talking about the $100 billion from Doge, I think it was. It wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't enough, right? So
here's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the investments that battery companies and car companies and other companies put into renewable energy based upon the EV mandate. That doesn't come back because, you've already had the write down,
but California already has the EV car through California Air Research Board mandate. But
it doesn't. Hold on.
But can I talk about California?
No, you can't. Because California, Yeah, I'm trying to have the conversation. California, it doesn't matter if there's no federal enforcement. And because there's no federal enforcement, there's no way car companies that just turned around and wrote off all these billions of dollars are going to turn around and put it right back in. There's no way Korea comes back in after they just had to write off billions of dollars in Kentucky, comes back in with a new administration or a new house or whatever. Not in the immediate. I don't see it, absolutely not.
So again, I guess are you writing off California because we are different and our policies are always going to be more progressive regardless without the federal? Or are you actually saying California is going to be also heavily impacted by what's happening in Washington? I just want to clarify before I make my next point.
I'm saying that Trump and the Trump administration has broken what typically has happened in the past following California and Washington on that lead of legislation, and that has been, there's a path to break those things. So those companies aren't going to take those risks again this decade and jump all in after they're gonna, over the course of the next 5 years, they're gonna be writing off billions and billions of dollars. It's not gonna happen.
But you do understand that California, which has the California Public Utility Commission, has CARB, and has other agencies, has still kept their mandates on their clean energy and being carbon neutral. So, you do understand that, right? Sure. Googleable, which is funny. There's a 2045 pathway. And remember, California was going to, let's see, tell me, Christine. Like, you weren't going to be able to have gas. Like, you were going to have, be able to have a gas dryer. Everything was going to have to be all electric. All the new homes, everything. And so that's been, you're right. That has had some impact to the goal to be 100% electric by 2045. It's interesting. Now, I would like to hear from New Yorkers. I think New Yorkers have a very strong energy policies as well. I think you guys are definitely looking to be carbon neutral at some point as well, right, Spiritist? We have the lowest carbon footprint of anywhere in this country. And that's because we invest in public transportation. We have walkable cities, things like that. That's why. So we're doing a lot. We're even fucking have mandatory composting, which is fucking crazy. But I don't want to get into that. But we're doing a lot of stuff here. But, can only do so much with the congestion pricing, which is part of it as well. So I don't know, we're trying, but public transportation is a key. Yeah, but even with that, but I think the top, 3 states are California, Massachusetts, and I think Vermont when it comes to, green energy and clean policies. Oh yeah, that might be, I don't know. I just don't know much about it, but that's it. That would seem to be right. But I don't know what the incentives are, for example, for putting solar panels on your house. And I don't know. I honestly don't know how economical it is for people. I know my friends did it on their Brooklyn townhouse, and they had good tax credits at the time, but I think it was going to ultimately cost them around, they were going to make up for it in about 7 to 10 years in terms of what it cost them, which that's in the long term makes sense, but she said her electric bills would be much lower than it was in her old place, so it eventually does pay off.
Just looked it up. EV sales today are down about 53%.
Wow, that's national. Is that national? I'm sure.
Yeah.
Wow, that is great.
And we're not going to be making this video. When I say we, I'm talking about all the car makers. So there's multiple things working against it. One, there is no government initiative really behind it right now. Two, the public is selling on it. And that's actually the bigger thing, is somebody in the public were mad about not enough chargers, not enough fast chargers.
So it's the infrastructure, do you think? The fact that there's not enough charging stations or fast charging stations that go on in, areas that maybe are not California or not, areas that have a lot of EVs. Is that part of the issue?
It's the entire nation. It's a multitude of factors, but it's bad planning from the government in conjunction with states and local municipalities.
What about the cost? I mean, I don't know much about it, which is why I'm asking. What about, I'm not in the car market, obviously. What's the cost? If you're a regular person 20 to 30K. I mean, maybe I'm out of my mind. You're at the lower end. Whatever, you're on like the lower end. You're like a regular person. You're trying to finance a car, you need a new car, and you like, I really like EV, but you know, are you just priced out of the market for EVs like regular people?
Yeah, basically, new EVs are going to run you at least in the $40,000 to usually the $50,000 range. That's why leasing is an option, and typically you need a good credit score to lease.
They also need money up front most time.
Just think about a few thousand.
No, you don't need the money up front. Just some.
I'm just thinking like a regular.
Yeah, I'm talking about the whole fucking fee. I'm talking about you could have put like $100,000 down, right?
You don't have to put anything down. No.
So it's first.
No, you don't have to put a nickel down if you've got the credit. A lease is about credit score. It's not about putting money down. You don't ever have to put any money down.
But in fact, you have to like I thought you have to not so much put down, but you have to like if you're working out
You got to
several $1,000.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
That's all the month.
I'm telling you, what you tell them. I know what they tell. I know to get what we'll advertise is what dealers will advertise is a $399 lease with $3,400 down to the signing plus taxes, which ends up being like $5,000 or $6,000 down. That's the advertisement. But can you lease the vehicle without putting any money
Yeah,
down?
I know you can. I get that.
Yeah, so you can lease a car for less than the payments on the car without putting anything down.
What's the mileage that they allow? Is it still like 10 or 15 a year?
It's an interval starting at 10,000, the 10,000, 12,000, 15,000, 18,000. You can go all the way up to like 30,000 miles on a lease. It just usually doesn't financially make any sense. That's why people don't do it. But to finish the point, people that are in the $20,000 to $30,000 range on a car typically live in an apartment. And that's what we found is the biggest problem because they can't, you live in an apartment, you can't charge your car on a daily basis, or there's no place to charge your car at all. And so that's been the conundrum. The people that have been before EVs and enjoy EVs are typical people with good credit scores, white and Asian folks with over $100,000 to $120,000 incomes. And so there are some cases where the good thing is it has trickled down because we've had to make them less and they have the tax credit. It did trickle down to people that find it less affordable. But keeping it going, all those other factors with the chargers and our infrastructure, those have all come into play.
So, follow-up question. Is there any trend, because after the gas crisis in the 70s, there was a trend in the car industry in the 80s to make, more fuel-efficient cars, smaller cars, I don't even know what they call it, like Ford Escorts, for example. But because American car companies weren't doing the small cars, the Japanese car manufacturers were, and they were more fuel efficient, and America started getting into that as well. Is there any movement whatsoever towards car companies doing the regular gas cars but making it more fuel efficient again?
Yes, significant. And they are. I mean, you can get cars that drive gas that get between 45 and 50 miles an hour. Like I was talking about the Kia Niro. And so where car companies are going immediately is to hybrids, not plug-in hybrids, but
like a Prius.
Yeah.
Is it the ones that charge yourself when you stop?
Yeah, they have a general braking that charge themselves and stop. And so you'll see a lot more of those going into the late 2010s. Or I'm sorry, I said 2010s. My God, into the late 2020s. And then in probably about 2028, we'll start seeing something called solid-state batteries, which will be a lot cheaper. They charge a lot faster, and they'll have a mix probably with gas engines for the United States. So the cars will get a little bit cheaper. They're going to make cheaper cars. But there's a lot of challenges going on. I won't bore it all with it, but there's a lot of things happening.
So to answer your question, Haitian, we can come back to something. Some things we're not going to come back to. It'd be interesting to see who becomes the next president. If it's Gavin Newsom, then we'll see. He will probably push for more green energy, even more than Biden did. I was a big fan of the Build Back Better because Princeton did an article that if that would have passed, we would have been able to remove 500 to 800 million metric tons of greenhouse gases from the planet, from at least from here, from the western region at least, because we get the most sun. And we would have built a brand new grid. We would have had the smart grid we needed. Man, I can't believe they fucked us on the big beautiful. Not the big
It's crazy because a piece of shit in the White House, a country that's fucking going to hell, a motherfucker starting war so in the fucking world.
Yeah. But we'll see. Again, one of the things I hear my liberal friends on the stage answer, and I think Patty's probably out and about doing her dizzle.
Who's liberal is, Robert? Who's liberal?
Well, any liberal could be in the chat. What happened to all the money that Biden sent out there and the administration sent out? Because if that money has already been sent to these particular companies and these cities and the state, we should, in theory, right, start to see some of these projects take shape, regardless of President Trump's administration. I can't speak across the country, but I know there are two issues here in New York. Kathy Hochul has been fighting with Trump to get the funding that was actually promised and agreed to for not only the tunnel between New Jersey and New York, because they need a new tunnel, but also the Second Avenue subway. Like, that's money that has been allocated, fought for, and won, and now she's literally in an interview today saying she's going to fight Trump again to get the rest of that money to finish the project. So it's Trump holding back through the courts all this stuff, and Hochul and others, I'm sure, across the country are fighting through the courts to get the money that was allocated for the projects, for the infrastructure.
The guy lives over drama, Maury. You know what I mean? Like, anything he fucks up, he gets off.
Yeah, was that New York? Was that one of the green projects? That doesn't sound like one of the projects where they were going to maybe install wind, or off the shore. Like, I'm talking about those big projects for energy.
Yeah.
On down scholarship. This was brought to you by PBS, Public Broadcasters,
And the fucking American school system. Mine is definitely within the list.
You guys are funny.
I'll get it right once you up there.
And you got one job, bro. Get the shit right.
Whatever.
My bad.
If you could say something to President Trump in the city, hear you right now, what would it be?
You are a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times?
30 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
Let's take a listen to one.
That is so fucking accurate.
I think it may be that chocolate chip lady. I don't know.
That's what my sexy song was sound like. Sure.
Ellie Al, what's the new Clippy Clips? sorry to ruin my job. You're right. Let me go. We'll take a break. I've been working like crazily for hours. You don't have to work for a lot. Don't worry about it.
We now work together. Like, that's tough.
It's a problem. I don't know, but I know that part. I'll go see if I can find a good clip for you.
Anybody had Kobe for Ashley? Was it Kobe Cameron?
St. Patrick's Day, you got it. Actually, I was at my office this morning. I sat through a fucking dull-ass hour-and-a-half meeting, and then I started putting out lunch for St. Patrick's Day. And these fucking vultures, the line was so long, I'm like, I'm gonna pay for my own lunch somewhere else. Because I'm not doing this. Yeah, some of these workers just come in for the food. I see them. What's up? Oh, they had the whole thing. They had the corned beef and cabbage, they had potatoes, the brown bean shepherd's pie. I couldn't even stick around because the vultures were surrounding the whole place. I can't do it. I'm eating my reheated ninth birthday lunch. I'm eating my reheated eggs.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. And you can have hash browns in my stir fryer that Scotty helped me figure out how to use. So thank you. You should have had Scott. You should have had somebody cater your food. We see at our job, we don't wait in line. You're a man like where they bring it to your desk and each person got an individual plate. You know? They did some catering where they bring it to his desk. That's what I'm trying to say to you, man. Get the catering where you don't have to wait in the line. Because they ask us at our job, do you want the one we wait in the line or do you want individual? They order each person 2 plates. They order each plate, 2 plates per person, so you're not waiting in the line. They actually, seriously, I'll look, talk to your supervisor, like, hey, can we get something out of it? Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Maybe flowers and stuff. I appreciate you. Tell your supervisor that you like that. Buddy, what am I got?
I'm good.
Wait, are you playing something? I don't know. What happened?
No, I was trying to play something, but they were talking about fucking catering, so I'm good.
No, go. Hey, shut up. Yeah, go ahead. I just got here. I didn't know what y'all were talking about. I'm sorry before that. I don't know. I got something to stream if you guys are ready for it. But I gotta say it.
Take it away now, take it away.
It's a little emotional, but trigger warning? Yeah, trigger warning. It's about peace and love. Oh, God. I know. I'm so fucking earnest, aren't I? Yeah. Okay, so here we go. This picture of us that came last time, and this is the last email he sent to me. Also was encouraging and believing in it. They say a man dies twice, but he takes his last breath, and when his name is spoken, the last time. So I just remember Zacchaeus' name, because I should be Isaac. You should be Isaac. They believe in the goodness of others, even if they don't believe in themselves, even if they are our enemy, and even if the humankind, his humanity, should continue to live in the cross. Why can't we all just get along? It was really good. It was really good, man.
That was good. Thank you for that. I mean, it actually helped calm my nerves. I ain't gonna lie. It was. Thank you. Can you drop that video on the chat, please? If you don't mind.
Yeah.
You gonna go to the house, Lucky? The Sakis?
Please.
In other news, Lebanese people are not able to go back home, and Netanyahu doing his same character shit.
I think in Cuba, they said folks there in some parts without out.
So country to that some folks.
Country
At this
without
point,
out.
yeah, now actually, I think it was just there before was really blackout. And Rubio was basically saying for them to have new leadership, but that's you can't make this shit up, man. You really can't make this shit up.
You know, I said that there was a night in here and somebody was kind of like they didn't care about humanity. I mean, can you imagine, like, we've had power outages here for 4 days. I mean, couldn't only imagine trying to make it for months or days on end. I don't know how long the power's been out.
Well, they can't drive out of it. It's on the cars. No food for the cars. So,
Can't get around, can't drive, can't cook. It's a really bad.
medical equipment. Think about it, if you're, putting machines like that. So it's fucked up, bro.
I blame them for this mess because, the people, and they weren't, bothering us. The people, shouldn't be at fault for what, America doesn't like their government or whatever. That's not the representation of the people, just like here. Everybody doesn't vote for Donald Trump, even though he does things that a lot of Americans now are regretting and saying that even some Republicans have said on television and on the internet that was not AI. They said they regret voting for this dude because some people, we had secular and other folks, all kinds of religions in the room and secular businesses, and both sides said financially it doesn't look good for a lot of people. And Republicans are just like, well, this is still great. We still like it, even though our country is just looking like a mess and we are in a war that Congress never declared. It's really concerning that we're just out here bombing stuff just because we don't like the political ideology or we fear that they're going to bomb us, but yet they, haven't here recently. They haven't done anything on this soil. So I don't know. I'm really, really concerned that, that stuff could come back to get us in the future. It may not be immediate. It may not be in the next couple of months or whatever, but it could come back to get us in a way that we couldn't imagine. So we got to think about that stuff. We're in a different day and age. All right. 10 to 14 people so far that have died, right? I think I saw in a report on television, they counted some 14 people and lost their lives in this situation. It's not cool because those folks don't get their loved ones back either. And Donald Trump doesn't care because all he is about is, it seems like, fighting himself. What is the reason that they're fighting for? No one knows.
Man, people know. Some people believe, such as what we found out today, it's for Israel. Some people believe it's for the neocons like Lindsey Graham. So the question is not what do you know, young Ashton. The question is what do you believe? What do you believe?
Brother, I got to go on what I know. I can't step up in front of the congregation or a bunch of people and say, well, folks, this is just what I believe and nothing else. You think I'll be up there for very long speaking people? Dude. So you need to come with facts and stuff. So what are the facts, brother? And why are they over there, right? Double up, start over. Why are the soldiers over there fighting? That is a problem. That's factual stuff in which somebody and other folks, even the general public, may ask. I don't go by how I feel, right? Can't do that. Can't go into war saying, well, oh my God, I feel like this, and it didn't work. What do you know? That's what I'm going to continue to say. You know, like my pastor said, what do you know? Can't get up here and just say stuff. What you know helps you out. Help me out, brother, and figure out what they're over there for, because this stupid stuff, it ain't it. It's not fighting for that.
I believe the children are the future.
I'm going to get your tickets from Michael when I come down.
You think they're fighting for future kids?
Oh, no, they're definitely not fighting for that. I said, I believe the children are the future. I mean, they've gone to school, so they're not fighting for the kids.
Facts. Hold on.
See, the person that just platformed that involved video, I put the link. This man nowadays is literally considered the most hated blogger in the history of the internet. He's a scam artist and took direct money from the Israeli government, the State Department, and lied and just provided State Department messaging. But there's tons of videos exposing him on YouTube. You guys can just check this out.
What?
Yeah, that's.
What do you mean? The video?
The person that was in the video is full of shit, is what he's saying. It's propaganda.
Okay, but I thought the point of the video was this, so the guy, listen up, I hope you didn't play something that was made up, because I'm sitting up here like, yeah, I'd like to see if the guy's doing me good, and then we hear somebody come out of the corner, woo, this is not good. What just happened? Because I thought, hey, this is joyful, this is great, but the person is...
Actually, I was now, honestly, she not on the video. I was aware of this individual's background. Later on, came up and shared some knowledge with the stage. Now we all know that this person is a scam artist. Thank you, Lamont.
I think, Amari, you have to say out loud the stupid shit you just put in the chat. You say it out loud for us.
Oh yeah, for sure. So Andrew, I think more similar to pornography. You know it when you see it. On Mario, porn is in the eye of the beholder. War is the same.
Is this Dan White? That Dan? Who's a different Dan?
And White.
You know, MAGA Dan. Walk away Dan. And hero. Whatever.
definition, and that for me is when someone else's life is afflicted because you want to bring evil or affliction upon their lives. Seriously, because that war is not, it's kind of like the devil comes in this world to kill, steal, and destroy, and so does war. So when you put those things together, nothing's good. Nothing is good that comes out of war. And like my grandmother say, or old folks say, people that were probably a lot older than me, people that understand war is also not a game, and America can't keep playing games. Whatever people may think that that is, cause affliction upon people's lives, that is something, that's one thing that they will never ever forget. War is something that people never forget, and they put it in history in whatever form they choose to, like my grandmother used to say. So these are things we cannot keep doing because we begin to leave breadcrumbs for people to never forget. And when they don't forget, they can hold that against us for as long as they're upon this earth. Seriously. And so that stuff I don't play with. You know what I mean? That my grandma believes that's why 9/11 happened. Why? Because she believed that people didn't like us for whatever reason, whether that be political, if we, took resources, plundered countries, whatever. America, eventually, there is a price to pay, some with folks' lives and others with money. These things are never good, especially someone's life, and war is something that costs people their lives. And so that is the definition for me that makes war something that folks upon this planet will never forget. We cannot forget it, maybe like other things and stuff like that. It just cannot. There's no way. Never.
Yeah, I was just talking about the liberal too. I was just trying to get him to come up here. I was just teasing. Neil did a good job. He always has a way of explaining it to where even the layman can understand. And I appreciate that, my brother Neil and others. This is a special place with that. Oh my God, I got you. Hold on. Make that thing go bang and go on mute for a second. But yeah. I don't believe, and this is my opinion, I don't believe we are at war. And I was very clear in why I believe we're not at war today. I accept my explanation. Again, you can make fun of it, whatever the fuck you want to do with it, shine it up, put your middle finger on it, and spin on it. What I would say is, until we see the boots on the ground, there's different pillars. Boots on the ground, going house to house, location, looking for enemy combatants. That's one. Two, we start to see attacks on the homeland, right? Them dropping maybe drones in California off the coast. Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry. Terrorist attacks count. No, which ones? No. If ones where Iran is taking responsibility for them, I said we talked about it if that happens. But at the moment, my opinion, this is my opinion, it could be, as Charles Barkley would say, terrible opinion, a terrible definition. I'm okay with that. But I would say that these are things that I would be looking for myself to say, you know what, we are at war.
Can we say the word affliction again today, amen? Because I'll say what I thought my definition was. Anything, especially in the modern era, that causes affliction upon people, that means you got to put boots on the ground or door to door, house to house. You just bombed somebody. Somebody had their school blown up, right? So those are afflictions that are caused by what we do, right? Seriously, man. Like, we just have to break it down to the public and keep it simple. People are getting bombed on with modern tools and all of this other kind of stuff. America will do whatever it can at this time, possibly, to avoid boots anywhere, because that's, whatever. We ain't doing all that. We got to figure out something. But what we need to figure out is leave people the hell alone. Maybe we wouldn't find ourselves in this situation if Donald picking up the pieces and helping people instead of destroying someone's life. All right? Let's get that fixed on the dough. You Republicans have the power of the purse, and you have something called responsibility, and I guess you better grab responsibility and fix this mess that y'all caused. I'm serious. Y'all are responsible for this mess. It's upsetting.
It is upsetting.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Omari, so your definition is like something personal, do you evaluate it against like robustness or history of war, or anthropology of war, or legal definitions of war? Like, what's the purpose of having personal definition?
Yeah, no. I'm preface to say I agree with everyone with the traditional definition of war. I agree with Ed, I agree with yourself and others who have explained that. I personally disagree that definition to me does not fit what we're doing right now, because I feel like we are bombing. I feel like we are currently doing what we have done in other countries. I guess you can say we bombed Syria. I think you and I have had conversations about that. The only difference is you have another country that's bombing back and hitting their allies, hitting their other folks in their region. And so,
Bases.
and American bases,
American soldiers. Yes.
and American bases on those other countries. And that might be the difference. However, when we look at what happened in Afghanistan and Iraq, we've all seen the videos, right, of them going in, door to door, kicking doors in, IEDs going off. I just don't feel like we're here.
We're definitely not there at the intensity of the war. We're definitely not there at the level of the intensity of war. I agree with you. Right? But for legal analysis, right? For the historic purposes of having robust definitions, I agree with you that you're not at the level of intensity of Afghanistan or the Iraq war. Yeah. Right? But this is make it not a war.
And it's also, it's a different war, Mark. No, I know, I get to that is every word a different nation. And again, I have acknowledged that on the stage earlier today, tonight. I just talked about, as Donald Trump says, what he feels in his bones. I can only talk about what Amari feels in his bones. And again, it doesn't make it, a scholarly type of response that maybe when people and war experts have discussed in the past. You guys are right. I'm not going to take that from you. But I would like us to reimagine what war is when it is fun.
I mean, sure, we can.
It's a war. This isn't Disney World. We can't, brother. To somebody, y'all help this guy out. People have lost their lives. They died in this situation. We can't reshape that. We can't get
You gotta be fair. According to Donald Trump, there was people that were wounded with no legs, no arms that were dead that were walking. You hear that shit, man? Yeah, he said some stupid shit like that.
imagine no dang on war. I mean, each like the guy said, each war is different. But again, you remove all of these things, and again, people lose their lives, whether it's on our side or someone else. We can't keep ending up in this, what Donald Trump said, we won't end up in any overseas conflicts. And where are we? Bombing and doing all these other things overseas that have nothing to do with our borders, right? Someone said Cuba, without power, the entire country, other places. keep their heads above water because of Donald Trump's tariffs. All these things, a compilation of them. I wrote a lot of this stuff down, and I ain't gonna read all the stuff I wrote down. It's a lot. And those three things are the biggest. The tariffs, they're hurting people. War that was never declared by Congress and the economy. All right.
We're talking about Iran. Just set the fall. The people that died, cigarettes they guns died, and they're right now walking around with new legs, new arms. You ever said that Joe Biden was too old or too little? Where are you now? I'm guessing you've already died. They're walking around with no legs, waving with no arms. In the comment section of this video with no brain. Do you think that Donald Trump? All of the people that died through the roadside bombs died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms, a face that's been so badly damaged. The Iranian regime has been attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years, and despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had just a short, all the people that died through the roadside bombs died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms.
Is he a president?
I mean, was that good?
No, that's a week like last week.
Oh, that's a week.
The general, right? And I think if, again, context is important. We're talking about that general that he killed in his first
He's talking about the whole war period. Or that, the context, what's context for saying that someone could, please, one. Just let me go into it. You can't do this shit, right?
All of the people that died through the roadside bombs died. All the people that died through the roadside bombs died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms.
Omar, make that make sense, Omar.
Hey,
Are they walking around in heaven? Are they walking around in hell? What are they walking around?
so, when this, no one's even trying to make a joke out of this. This is a serious conversation.
Yeah, seriously, he's that fucking guy.
So we need to. He was asked a question, and again, I'm recalling based on because Hannah and Clip, a lot of people brought it up. It was in regards to.
In general, you be dead and then walk around when you fucking no arms and legs tomorrow, you dead?
No, I was just a dumb. I mean, come on now. Okay, but no one takes what. I think we're still in March of 2026, still looking for a Barack Obama style person to speak on things. I think we need to stop.
Do I speak like I'm Barack Obama? Do I speak like I look like I'm concerned about being president? Fucking college? No, so I haven't been talking about
president. I think I'm not.
Can we expect more of our commander in chief? Can we expect a little more?
Thank you.
You should. We should expect more. We should. But when it came to Trump, and again, I'm not trying to, because we're talking about the soldiers, so I don't want to get off of that point. But my understanding, again, in regards to that clip, he was just trying to make a point, and he misspoke. He knows that you can't be dead walking around with arms of his leg. That's just, he didn't pick it out, bro. Like,
I'm nitpicking.
yeah, you did.
President of the United States of fucking America. This is supposed to be the leader of the free fucking world, who constantly goes in front of the fucking world and says stupid shit. Okay? He says shit and fucking makes his read shit. He's not aware of what the fuck is going on.
I'm not arguing with that. That's not the argument. The argument is like what he said. I think in that particular situation, I think is a little petty. I think where you had a great point, and I was agreeing with you.
I think you gave me more validation by saying that it was petty. Coming from you. You voted for the motherfucker. So thank you for that.
I
that was destructive for the highest level to our foreign soldiers with Biden when he did that. Do you think he would fought about any of the soldiers?
He's fired with that. Is that Jacob's flag there?
I'm sorry.
It's fundraising off of the shit.
I've heard about that. Like people were receiving fundraising on that shit. That's fundraising a lot.
It's basically fundraising off of it for the, I believe, the RNC, and it's saying you get, I think you heard about it, like you get or whatever. If you donate, you get extra in. I mean, everything is like.
You get mortgage of the booking code for the bigger code. You get mortgage. The whole family behind you, they put it all together.
You get a week of Duolingo Russian.
It's worse than RNC. Access to private group with privileged information over national security.
The Duolingo was really good, Scotty. I just don't know how to say it.
I've learned some really pieces.
So it's funny, that shit you try to do with that's like really something you really try to do.
That's what the fundraising for the image was used for. Access, I don't know what it is, doesn't seem that it's much reported on it. It also sounds slightly illegal.
They died, and so he gets to use.
As we all agree that, I guess Omari agrees too, right? Yeah, it was, the language was privileged information flows on national security.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I don't know, this whole war language is a little bit strange. Russia uses it for special military operation, not calling it a war. Plus, the other weird thing is, okay, let's say government doesn't call it a war. Does government define for private individuals the definition of war? There's history books, there are anthropology of war. We can judge what war is irrespective of how, let's say they tomorrow pass a law and deem it a special military operation. Does it change the nature of it?
So, because we listen, I played a clip and we were talking about a declared war versus made war.
I understand that, but does the government, so if government tomorrow passes a law and says that blue color doesn't exist tomorrow, and all blue colors are called velvet from now, is that okay? What does that matter?
And no, because unless the president says so.
So the president decides the basic.
So let's say the president says blue collar now becomes velvet. Let's take your scenario.
Yeah.
Now it's become the velvet collar. Why? Because Congress can't. You need the president to actually make that into law.
So that's the legal aspect of how government understands war for the purposes of legislation of war or conduct of war. That has nothing to do with people's basic knowledge of what a war is. If you're doing legal analysis, then it's fair, right? We can do the legal analysis. And we can approach it from domestic law, from international law, right? We can do that. But just because the government says A is B, that is for the purposes of government's own understanding, right? Or for purposes of their administrative state, their legal affairs. It does not necessarily, unless you agree, right? Like, it doesn't necessarily dictate how anybody else would define war, including the people of the United States or other states for that matter, right?
So
its definition is full of nonsense, right? It's a, it's a intellectual exercise. My answer would be probably who defines war. We can go to Augustine through a tradition of just war theory, arrive at international law through history, anthropology, and legal scholarship, and the best consensus on that would be where humanity has arrived in its definition of what a war is, right? That would be my answer.
But is there, in your opinion, neoliberal, is there more than one way to get to law?
Yes, of course, people can disagree with war is, and we can have this conversation. That I would be happy to have. It's just not the conversation that the Congress says A, B, and that it becomes A, B. That has nothing to do with it.
Well, let me ask you a question, Morgan. Tonight that we went into this war, what did the president announce when he came out in front of American people on Friday night?
I have to tell you, I do not remember his full announcement. I just remember he came out and he talked about bombing Iran and the military, the military operation has began. Blah 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 blah. I don't remember the exact words.
Sure, he called it a war. I don't have to look for that war. Nah, I don't know. I can look for it. Yeah, no, for sure.
I'm going to ask the question again. Why is it important? Right? We keep going of, this is just very strange. Why is it?
You know why it's important? Do you want the truth?
Yeah.
Can you handle the truth?
Oh, all right, come on. We're having a normal conversation.
Yeah, we have no. The truth is politics. The truth is left versus right. If someone on the right wants to say this is not a war and this is a conflict excursion, and the left is now trying to say no, this is a war, we're going to argue each other down.
Yeah, I get that.
And that's what's happening right now. That's all.
Okay,
That's the truth. That's the truth. That's it.
Okay, I understand that, but even if we're doing it, and I'm happy to do that, right? But even if we're doing it, it still doesn't matter what Trump says, because it's immaterial to definitions of war.
What do you mean? I'm confused. Why does it not matter what Trump says? He's the one person that we look to for these type of definitions.
Is Trump a historian of war or a legal scholar of just war theory or anthropologist that has compared wars in history to arrive at conclusions of war is and isn't and made a scholarly argument of why this war is different from other? Do you know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but he is, and he has made the decision to ban this particular conflict excursion, and therefore, if that's what he's calling it, I'm going to go by what he's calling it.
Omar, okay, I understand how strange of an argument you're making.
It's not strange. I mean, the president, the most powerful man on the planet, is making
The most powerful person on the planet, whatever, let's say it's Donald Trump, does not have power to redefine words.
But then also the Republican Party is also backing him on that. So he also has the party power that's
The government of the United States does not have the power to define and redefine concepts in language that people use.
Yeah, but we're in a conversation. We can imagine these things.
Define and even if you're arguing, I don't have to accept it, right?
No,
I'm going to go by the common understanding of how people use and interact. I'm not in America. The jurisdiction, even if you think the jurisdiction of the United States transcends boundaries of human reason and defines words for other people, I don't agree with that. So just dismiss that argument and go back to normal analysis where words.
So my counter was why is it more important for me to call language? So I guess my counter to you, would be
why is it so important for someone like myself to be able to say this is a war? Like, why getting that out of me is important?
It's not British, obviously, it's just interesting conversation. I mean, it's not, honestly.
Let's keep it a dream game right now. You can't fathom why Omari keeps saying this is not a war, and it really actually figure out, like, how can you not see that this is a war? And I know it's something that is that says, like, Omari, this is a war. March is on stage, this is a war. And you guys have all the history books, you guys have all birthday experiences of fucking war tools. And again, you and the military folks have war. But why is Omari? It's their brother too. Why is Elrond? And why is Donald Trump wrong? And why is the Republican Party wrong? But you guys are right. Well, first of all, you bitch Trump called it a war.
Exactly.
But come on, man. What the fuck are we doing, Mark? I don't even understand the shit you do, bro.
I think he's making a strange argument where you're kind of leaning into his argument where whether Donald Trump called it or doesn't call it, does Donald Trump define words for it? It's
Exactly.
like the market call is so that if Trump redefines the color orange tomorrow to mean something else, people are going to say, yeah, that's orange. But like, war is a common concept, right? If there is books written about war since humanity existed, right? Or even when they didn't have writing. I understand this politics, it's like left and right and culture war and sparring on all of those things. But the argument that Donald Trump said either way is just immaterial to definitions of war. It doesn't matter what he said.
That's fine. Hey, RJ, I know you're another historian. Tell me where I'm wrong, RJ. Help me out. No, first of all, I think the one you're going to be soft, you know you vote for the motherfuckers. That's what you fucked up. My two things are this. First of all, I'm less worried about any definition you want to give it rather than the actions that go with it. When you take out another country's sovereign, should they see it as a war, and if you do not, and so this is just something we can do in the room and not really big into it. The reality is when Trump comes to ask for more money, it's going to feel like a war. Iran responds and hits something, kills a bunch of people, it's going to feel like a war. So they're leaving and stuff. I mean, we haven't named wars that are actual wars since World War II. There's a reason the War Powers Act got passed in '73. And they just circumvent that stuff too. So, that's kind of where it comes from. A question for you, Martin. If Iran did not fire any ballistic missiles or any drones back anywhere, would you still call this a war, even though we took out their Supreme Leader? I have a hard time with this hypothetical. I mean, knowing everything we know about Iran, why wouldn't they fire back? It's creating a hypothesis that doesn't make sense in the face of it. They have the ability to fight back. I mean, if you want to compare that to the U.S. going into Grenada in '83, I mean, even I think they even fought back. They wasn't a fight to put up, but they fought back. But if Iran was just going to take a bunch of missiles and have a decapitation image and do nothing in response, then I don't know that they would have much of a state. And it's not the reality, so it's hard for me to conceptualize it.
It would be still clearly a war by most definition of war, including legal laws. International armed conflict where one country kills the head of state or heads of state of another country
is firing back, to me, is a more strong argument that we are in war.
I'm only going to ask you a question, so we can make it real effective.
Focus.
Let's play high. We keep going to war.
Yes, I'm answering yes.
So, if you live in any other country, you can say every way they actually have the capacity to fight back. And we can all say, well, some people are just going to want their leaders to the thing that came because of the thing that came to Iran. You can say some of the people in the United States and in Iran wanted Iran's regime to change because of the things they did. But we can say that as much as we can say our voting is 50-50 nation in the United States. There will always be somebody on both sides saying, this is what we want and this is not what we want. So you can make these thought process. When you feel the Iran leader, the people on the ground will believe that that is a real act. Not only their government, but some of their citizens also. So just like you both agree, hey, President Trump was assassinated by anybody on the evidence. And hypothetically, assassinated by whoever you want to, you would instantly feel like, oh, wait, that's an act of war against our country. So I get it. It's better like you are not even going to say coming around to the idea. But maybe you haven't got out to see it in the way that other people see it. Use yourself for it. If our governor was attacked, they blew up one of those big structure meetings where everybody kissing his ass for 10 minutes before we can get to speaking to the topics of nothing. If they blew that thing up, hypothetically, we would feel like a country, 50% or all of it, 1%, 35%. The majority of our country would feel like not to act as war against our country. And I believe that's how other countries feel when we are the ones blowing up their leader and killing them. For whatever reason, we want to get truth to. So the truth comes from what we feel in our country. We don't get the truths of other people. We don't push the narrative of the truth of other people. We put our own truth. So they say they're going to buy my part, and we buy them first. And we killed everybody. I'm sure there are people, they're citizens. Look at that as an act of war. Even regardless of what side you go.
Okay, no. Okay, I appreciate that. So, I'm going to go ahead and, I know it's midnight on the East Coast, but it's 9:52 here. I'm going to say we are officially, yes. Based on this conversation, I would say we're actually in a war.
The bigger problem for society, in my opinion, is that when you do this without the backing of the citizenry, without at least trying to explain to the people why they're doing what they're doing, that it's not something that can be done adequately and be successful. It should have never happened for a bunch of reasons, but even the Bush administration had enough respect to mislead the people and spend a year doing so.
And then that was a big difference. It was about 14 to 16 months, if I remember correctly. It was something like it was over a year that they were paying this. They were, lying about the intel, whatever you want to call it, but they spent a lot of time. They got the people, or at least a good chunk of them on their side. This was like, hey, we're going in. And I'm thinking about the consequences for our allies or the whole region. That's the thing, it's so inept and egregious, all of this. I mean, Iraq war was terrible, but shit, at least they spent time, working through it. This was like, how long was this? Was it a month?
feel that has nothing going on that should force the United States to put another term in the
You got it, Chris. You said exactly what the fuck it is. You don't kiss the ass, you don't kiss the ring, that's right.
like the our country. The people, not even our country, the citizens of our country have been basically, one thing's the president to the acts that he don't condone. I don't think anybody in here will make so. I don't think the majority of people in here will condone this type of behavior. Just for the sake of our air quote governments, one to be strong, one to other countries. I don't believe that's a lot of people's religion. That if they don't get down and lay there, and if it is, then hey, I mean, respect to you, but the pendulum does swing.
Bro, even as someone, you know what I'm saying, being military, former military, it's just disgusting. Period. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a man, like us as men, if you're a man, you're confident in yourself, you don't have to walk around and say you're a big dick. You don't have to walk around and say dumb shit, right? So this whole fucking thing of being a bully, it's disgusting.
Right, you know, to what? Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and being bullied and all that, and being like, oh, you know, this really pushed us into it. Like, are you bully or not? Like, are you the big dog or not? Or are you getting pushed around by people? Like,
It's funny. Most of the bullying people say, there's this funny batter bully in the big bronze broad guy. The big broad guy normally is the guy who gets to go punch the person in the mouth. It's normally this skinny badass who gets to tell him, hey, that's the guy who's gonna punch you in the mouth. What do I do? You go back and watch a Christmas story, or you go back and watch a lot of cartoons going on. You know, this so skinny guy, who's a big broad guy, who's long, who's turn over the head.
yeah, Popeye and Brutus was a Brutus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's always the two bad guys, but the one that's normally the brave, they'll kick me in the brain. It's normally the skinny, smaller, less physically challenged, or more physically challenged ourselves. Then we go sing the big bad guy who's going to do hard work. And you got to give me what he's talking about later. My biggest thing in this whole situation is how we're not going to get straight over. And since he realized that he alienated all of his allies with NATO, we're going out of NATO, they need to pay their fair share or we're out of here. And now all of a sudden we do and don't need them to help get the production of oil back moving across the globe. Like, imagine being the toughest guy on the block and finally punching somebody in the face and realizing, damn, they don't fight the same. And now I need everybody I used to bully to help me fight him. And everybody's like, nah, I guess you're going to be on your own because you treated us like shit. Like, that was less than a year ago we treated our allies like shit. But now we put ourselves in a position where we are allies, probably way more important than heresy our allies.
But Chris, you know, you makes me wonder, right, when you sit back and look at the whole kind of everything they put out with this motherfucker, like, is he really putting up with this to what he wants to do?
I mean, I can't say he's a puppet. What I can say is a man who comes on national TV and tells the world that he thinks with his gut and he feels the feeling in his bones, is not a good thing. Not an educated or smart man. It's not a person who should be in charge of not only the free world, but anything of importance. You wouldn't want that type of guy to run your company. You would want a guy who actually has the ability to finance it and the organization and setup to talk to the people who can counsel him with that. And not his son-in-law or not his funny people that got out there, but true professionals in the craft, especially when you have little to no political know-how
we see? We watching somebody who got a job, respectfully, who votes, which is crazy, but it's another conversation, who does not know the job, but also is so little people who tell the world, hey, I really do the best to the right. The state says, no, I need everybody to agree. So I can go off the feeling in my bones. So I can go off the way I woke up this morning, the only last person I talked to. Like imagine that fool's in charge of our boards. And he can go get the Secretary of Defense or whatever they want to call it this year.
Fucking
With a board. Yeah, the Joker. You go get the Joker, who was just a kiss ass, and the guy in there took a position where if you go back and watch his video, this is more like him. This is what he's looking for. He's interested in getting out before this happens. Again, don't put yourself a person who does not have the actual knowledge to do this job hockey. Surrounding yourself by yes men who also don't want to help you do the right thing by the way to do it. When all this is said and done, we still rob American people billions of dollars.
Well, imagine this. Imagine this. You know, sending aircraft carriers to the region, sending troops in and out, doing all this back and forth. All that should cost money. All those money.
I'm talking about his own funds. I'm talking about his own pocketbook that he getting rich and getting so rich. Like, while the economy is torn down, while people can't figure out how to put food on the table, while farmers are actually struggling to keep farm something on a day-to-day basis, and now fertilizer is probably getting skyrocketing prices. Like, while he harassed the immigration and American people in a manner of forcing people to fire people that were following them because all they're immigrants, we probably don't do it. But forgot that they were the basis of our food supply. Like imagine that. Remember the summertime, maybe you know, but I do. When I would go my strawberry, they were rotten off the board. Why would they be rotten? Because they look good, but the problem is when they sit on the vine too long, they will rot. Strawberries and they're trash in a day or two because they're brown on the inside because they sat on the vine too long. Guess why? Because you got rid of the people who make sure the toys got on paper no fun. So the campaign promises that did not have any backing for the nuclear moment. If you think it's true, and realize that those bad decisions would harm the American people on their table. The grocery store. Again, we're watching the same thing play out in this new, I don't know what they call this thing. I mean, obviously it's a war, but it's an experiment that is that again. We're watching a guy who looks at the experiment with our lives.
Skirmish.
What a skirmish is a word.
Yeah, it's a war. I mean, it's obviously a war.
No, I mean, I get it, but I mean, we can call it future things that will all
Yeah, it doesn't matter. All I know is that it's costing us money, it's costing us lives, it's making us more vulnerable, even in our own country, to terrorist attacks and all that. That's the net of all of this.
And I'm not saying that I'm worried, I'm sorry.
Now, go ahead.
The worst thing I see today on the news is, yes, you want to drop 25,000 people on the island, you know what I'm talking about, the one that owns all the oil. You're like, yeah, we're looking for over there, and then we're going to get stalemate because once we get over there and we stop them from destroying things, they're not going to destroy the whole oil, and then we can negotiate. And I'm like, again, y'all looking at this totally different. I don't think y'all ever have to destroy that oil. But that oil is not right on the coast. There'll be hundreds of probably thousands of opportunities to get to that oil. If they're willing to drop drones on other countries, do you not think they'll drop drones on their people? Do you not think when you find them over there, they just won't blow those helicopters and planes out the sky? You think you're just going to be able to walk over their beaches and expect them to just allow you to kind of dictate how you want to move around their homes? And just imagine this. Imagine if they don't even give a fuck about that oil in the first place. Because if they destroy the oil, they'll just destroy everything. Like imagine they just did not give a fuck and took for the sake of winning.
All right, let me have a thought experiment here. Maybe Haitian.
right? So now oil from Russia is viable, correct?
No, I agree. I'm just.
Because it's a few more points, correct? We need to open up the sanctions for oil is viable. Okay, great. It's completely wipe his hands and wash his hands with the Ukraine war, correct?
Partially, yes.
The majority, basically, we don't hear about it in the United States anymore, so it's basically washed away. I guess he's not really supporting them at this point. He thought the other allied countries, they need to support it, right?
Well, you know, he's also has Ukraine sending out people to help with the drones.
Okay, great. So now he wants to take away some of their activity. No, I wouldn't ask him to do anything there. I mean, you're already stretching everybody thin, but that needs to not be stretched thin. Your own country, your own people, your own intelligence. No, I wouldn't ask for anything there. Matter of fact, they can send you. Especially if they're more Russia giving them intel on the back end of the state, which once they get to go, they're like, oh, they're doing a bad job. Wow, what is that? Okay, you think it's a bad job with Russia, like, you know, instead of being upset with the niggas like that, they're doing it, well, oh, what, they're not good. It's saying, oh, look like it happened. They said it, right now. I don't know what they're doing as far as our government. I think we need to, what is it, the 25th Amendment? What would you mind? Everybody out of office said, yeah, instructed them all. I think it's to that point, but I mean, until we get Congress, House, Senate that actually stands for the backbone and actually push everything behind making these people have to get done before it's just going done. They still going to be posted in every people and say, it's a fucked up place to be in. When our government doesn't even stand up behind what they believe is right to do, they're what they're talking to. Especially in an election year. You would think it could be every day like, oh, not fuck that, we got a backbone. It's not the case.
So Russians want more direct territorial concessions and pressure of Ukraine on in Donbass and Luhansk. They want no preconditions of ceasefire talks that they still haven't gotten necessarily, and they want lifting of sanctions on not only oil with the radar, but comprehensive, broader economic cooperation, basically getting to before the sanction regime was imposed. That's what they want.
Well, you know, I think if Kitover Congressman will actually took this responsibility from his man, figure out that this is a terrible idea, and that we ground troops are dying. And I don't want him to go and die, but I think that's going to be the try to break the camel back for his supporters, especially the heavy right-leaning, not liberal parties, heavy right-leaning conservative. They kill people actively grounded and blown up to people and life coming back and ground hockey. I don't know what this country is doing. It was January 6th in the game, and that's when Frank place the first the hope for this country now. But until those actual people find themselves hurt, destroyed, and fucked up, I mean, I'm not saying it directly because it's complacent, but it's going to make for its actual solid supporters to feel kind of betrayed. And I don't know how at this point they don't. But again, I also want to believe that it's easy to fall victim to a pope in 2023. The reason why I say that is social media will force it on you. If all of our algorithms are the same, with the same information, and they want you to have that type of information, they can feed it to you directly. I've never seen so many fucking calls that came out from my Twitter feed until this war started. And that's Brian doing getting started. I've never taken fucking Tucker calls from getting on YouTube at all, ever.
Chris,
What's up?
so I hear a lot of Trump supporters say they feel betrayed that they didn't vote for this. Do you, as Derry, vote for war?
They not have anything to do with bombing America. Like, they're not interested in bombing America. Like they say, well, for 47 years they've been screaming to kill Americans. Well, that can be true, but if we can't really get any terrorist attack or not, so no, in the last 10 to 15 years, that's coming directly from them, that really fear this country, what are we doing? So now, people probably get not, you vote for more state, per se. And so, no, people going to come out and say, hey, you know what? It's only one election, we're going to get their ass. Nobody going to say that. But again, everybody looks at it in the face, and that's the whole project.
So being the president of the United States doesn't mean that you will just have to say, well, if MAGA says this, I can't do it. Like, there's times when you have to make a tough decision.
Do you think this is the right decision?
No. I don't believe that going into Iran for any reason was the right decision, because there was definitely no evidence that they were able to produce to the American people that they were a threat. Now,
I mean, just told us a few months ago, say, completely obliterated the nuclear power.
right. Well, they say. So today, I don't know if you heard in the Argentina, Mike Johnson came on TV and said that he saw, after they made that they had evidence that there was a definite threat there. I don't know what the truth is.
What is the date?
There's 17th of March, 2020.
The war started about 11 days ago?
A little bit over 16.
I was 16, so basically the beginning of the month.
Yeah, like we're just now in February.
And we're just now here, Mike Johnson said, hey, man, I forgot to tell you,
CIA, and
these people are the people we supposed to feel like we can trust, and they have lied continuously to the first people.
Yeah, Mike Johnson was talking about the war.
No water in the pearl, like at all. Marco Rubio was the first one to say, Rubio was the one that told us that we don't hold terror on earth. The next day, instantly, Clinton and reported that said, no, Israel can't tell me what to do. I'm making decisions on my own. And they were like, oh, so shit, you was the motherfuckers who decided to bomb the school, but not the first year. He was like, oh, no, we don't bomb school. We don't deal with kids. And like, but you just said that you can't be politically to it. It's going to make the first move. And then you can tell, like, what is the truth? And sometimes we call it the truth.
The story, when people I've been talking to said that you can't find Bibi because Trump told Bibi to sit his ass down somewhere because people think that he's running the war. So Trump wants to have that.
That's true.
He might use on wars. War is foreign policy. I just wanted to put that in there. Yeah, you finish. I can talk later. But
Yeah, go ahead.
there's a couple of examples you could look at. Like it or not, 1970 the 2004 vote that put Bush in for a second term ended up being partially a referendum on continuing or pulling back on the Iraq War. It was in 2006 midterms when they got killed that he fired on himself and started to change the way they operated. A lot of times in history, in American history, presidents will generally talk about avoiding war, but then the causes spell out the reason for going to war has to be clear for the people. Again, it has to do with supporting all the people. FDR in 1940, when the U.S. was still very isolationist after World War I and things like that, was about keeping the U.S. out of the conflict that was growing in Europe. And it didn't enter until Pearl Harbor happened. And then there was a reason that the public got behind it. Politics was a key in 68 and 72 and 76 around the Vietnam War because people wanted to get out of the war. And in 68 in particular, Jim Humphrey lost partially because he kept backing the war that LBJ was doing while Nixon set out a secret plan to end it, which he didn't have. He just expanded it. In 1864, the troops voted for Lincoln because his opposition in 1864 was going to go to the South and basically sue for peace and allow the Confederacy to be legitimate. So it does happen. And I think that when you mind that they even cared enough what the people think to make that pick them. Maybe it's different, but the fact that they didn't is what these people are mad about. Personally, knowing who Trump has always been, it's not a surprise. That's it. I'm not.
So you think, like, bringing that to today's, because you said some of those presidents actually might have possibly won the election off of going into battle or going into a war that was either already started or a fight that didn't happen, civil war, specifically like Lincoln. That fight needed to happen, regardless of how people may look at it. Not only freedoms of Americans, but the money that was being made in the South at the time for free labor, and North didn't have that ability. Now, if you look at it, even though you don't need to have it, because somebody was getting over for a fact in two different ways. They were using human labor as cattle and making head over fist money when we get the fiscal money without the ability for the North to benefit from it. So, that war was literally going to happen. But again, like you said, the re-election of Bush in 2004 was also something that no other person wanted to put the next president within. They wanted him to finish the job, but he was going to take over the job. And I was so young about that election. So, again, but speaking of this war, did you also believe that there was some room for this? Like, he didn't get elected over it. Do you think that he would push this agenda to his campaign even more?
Trump explicitly said that he was not going to be starting wars like this. This was a big part of his platform. That's why these people are mad about it. What I'm trying to explain is that even in these past instances, there was one way or the other a referendum of sorts brought to people. There was an explanation, there was propaganda, there was a messaging. Trump was never going to do that. He listened to Lindsey Graham and Rubio and Beebe and all these people. And for example, like we're talking about 1864, right? And then obviously I agree with you that had to happen. But there was a schism in the country. You get a bunch of white people, the more Democrats they were called, did not want to continue the war because they were dying. I mean, the death tolls obviously were very high. And they're like, we didn't have to be in a war like this. There are a bunch of them like, we didn't have to, fight for free black people because most of them felt that way. And the opposition to Lincoln was basically like, if you vote us in, we'll negotiate peace terms with the South. And so it ends up being a referendum of the war. Now, Lincoln won because the troops and the people said, no, we need to finish this all the way off, which was the right decision. But it was a referendum to the people about the war. And that's kind of what I'm saying is even in 1940, FDR, part of his platform was, I'm not going to bring our troops to war, even though he was helping the British out on the side as where he could. People saw what happened, understood it, they supported what happened afterward. What Trump did in his time running for office was one other thing, break the neocons. He did that in 2016 when he went after Jeb Bush and said the Iraq War was a mistake and then nobody wants to say it and then you own it. And he pledged not to be the person to do things like Iraq. And that's exactly what he just did here. And even beyond that, there was nothing all the generals who knew anything and hadn't really done these plans like you should not be doing this. He ignored it. So actually that's why they feel betrayed. It's beyond just war itself in the sense that war is also policy. It's foreign policy. And so his main planks of foreign policy, he betrayed the people he was talking to. It's not surprising given Trump, but that's why they're mad.
Yeah, that's a good point. Chris, I don't know if we've been talking about that Joe King situation. That's why you've seen a lot of videos. Are you up to speed on that?
You have to kind of
So it's kind of weird. It's either are they a threat or not a threat. You know? So I wonder.
I think it's gonna be all over the fence on that. Because I believe that everybody does believe that they are a threat. And I mean, I'll say that they're a threat. I mean, you know, I believe that what we see in America, that we should have been as worried if they try to give a critically. But I do think they are a threat because of the region that we actually are based in. The problem is, with that thought process is that every country over in that region will be a threat, even our allies. Because we don't have the ability to completely support and protect those bases in that area without NATO. Without our allies, we have no ability to make sure those troops, those assets, and all the things that we have over there is safe. So yeah, I believe they're a threat now because we put ourselves in such a situation where we don't have many allies and people that are willing to stand with us at any reason. In all of our bases, all of our equipment, all of our people, all of our, even our spies, like everybody should feel like they're a high level threat situation. Because we don't have the support that we need to even make those bases feel comfortable and safe. So, I mean, I don't know, I didn't watch the video, and I probably will check it out. I like to go to X and find it. But yeah, I agree that there is a threat now against nothing. But I don't believe it's that threat that they wanted to claim was our threat from 47 years ago was a real threat. I think at this point we're waking up the sleeping giant, and we would have no really have to. And I believe as all the rest of the person that became important, when we knew that hey, let's just leave that tiger alone, or whatever they want to call themselves, or whatever you want to call them. Let's let that person sleep. Let's let that hibernate and try to get some of those things. Yeah, I think we got it done with a smart probe. I don't know for what reason our president decided that outside of one of our allies that they call our most loyal exposure ally, or another time, decided to tell us that hey, if y'all don't do something, we will. Like he's trying to do that with every other president, and everybody else is like, well, shit, go for it. Like, if you want for what? This was just something. We'll see it in a lot of the moments that people are like, oh no, this is the perfect president, this is the perfect president for this moment. It's like, damn. And y'all don't think this gonna work. This is like, but he don't realize anybody got played. And we won't realize that we got played until we find ourselves getting more alone. Now I can see that happening before anything. But all right, man, let's get into talking.